And qualifying with Woodmere Macarena getting the first call, driving out to grab the lead as they race into the first turn. Woodmere Amora will pocket up second, on the limb third. As they race into that first turn is Marmashi Walter, and the early trailer is Sugar Blaze. They've all settled in at the rail as they race into the backstretch on their way to the opening quarter. And up front they're led by Woodmere Macarena. Out there leading it a length and a quarter in the garden spot. Woodmere Amora, early move now on the outside. Here comes Marmashi Walter up in search of the lead as the 2-year-olds head into the turn, approaching the 3/8, and sitting at the back, that is Sugar Blaze. They continue into the turn. Marmashi Walter is now the new leader, taking over from Woodmere Macarena, who yields to sit in the pocket second. Inside third, that's Woodmere Amora. And still at the back is Sugar Blaze. The 2-year-olds were past the initial quarter in 32 and 3/5 seconds. They're in single line alignment as they race up to the halfway point. And they're led by Marmashi Walter, who opens up now by 3 as they race into the lower turn. Woodmere Macarena is giving chase second. At the rail third is Woodmere Amora. And gapped out at the back of the field is Sugar Blaze. They continue into the backstretch, the half in 1:03 and 4/5 seconds. They're on their way to 3/4, and they're chasing Marmashi Walter on a lead now of just 2 lengths. Tightening up a bit. Second is Woodmere Macarena, followed in 3 by Woodmere Amora, and the trailer in 4 is Sugar Blaze. 2-year-olds continue on over to the 7/8 now, and it is Marmashi Walter now out there by 3. Woodmere Macarena holding second. Woodmere Amora is third, and Sugar Blaze fourth. 3/4 paced in 1:34 and 4/5 seconds off the turn and into the lane now for the final time. And they're led home by Marmashi Walter. Woodmere Macarena is still second. Third is Woodmere Amora, and they'll finish that way with Marmashi Walter taking the 2-year-old qualifier over Woodmere Macarena and Woodmere Amora. Mile paced in 2:05 flat. Second qualifier, top of the stretch. Thinking She's a Dream. Talk Derby to Me and Speed Limit. They're off and pacing in the second qualifier, and Speed Limit from the outside away quickly. Will take charge as they race into the first turn. Talk Derby to Me. He's away second. At the back and off stride in 3. That's Thinking She's a Dream. They race into the backstretch for the first time as they make their way onto the opening quarter. Up front, Speed Limit shows the way out there by 2.5. Closing in now is Talk Derby to Me in the 2 spot. Gapped out after the early break in 3. That is Thinking She's a Dream. The trio makes their way past the opening quarter, and they're led by Speed Limit. Backs it off a bit now as they race on to the 3/8. A closer second is Talk Derby to Me. And now tied up in 3, Thinking She's a Dream. They race midway around the upper turn with Speed Limit continuing on the front end, and Speed Limit had them past the opening quarter in 31 and 2/5 seconds. They move off the turn and travel into the stretch now as they near the half. Speed Limit has the lead, a length and a quarter on Talk Derby to Me. Thinking She's a Dream. He's back there trailing in 3. They race into the lower turn, heading now to the 5/8 with no change in positions, and Speed Limit is still the boss. Heading to the backstretch, the half in 1:05 and 4/5 seconds. Onto the backside, they head with Speed Limit, showing them onto the 3/4 mile mark out there by 2. Talk Derby to Me second. And having problems there at the back in 3. That's Thinking She's a Dream. They race on to the 3/4 mile mark with Speed Limit in control. Here comes Thinking She's a Dream up on the outside, now moving. Staying in at the rail is Talk Derby to Me. They race on over to the 7/8 now with Speed Limit and Talk Derby to Me, still the top 2. Outside, uncovered third is Thinking She's a Dream. They arrive at the 7/8, still led by Speed Limit. 3/4 in 1:37 and 2. Moving off the turn and into the stretch now for the final time. It's Speed Limit, Talk Derby to Me into the passing lane. Third is Thinking She's a Dream, and Speed Limit will win the second qualifier. Talk Derby to Me. Second to third is Thinking She's a Dream. Mile in 2:07 and 2/5. There was a recap of tonight's qualifiers. In the first qualifier, number 1, Sugar Blaze, finished 4th, was timed in 2:12 and 2. Number 2, Woodmere Amora, finished 3rd, timed in 2:06 and 1. 3, Woodmere Macarena was 2nd, timed in 2:05 and 2. 4, Marmashi Walter, the winner, 2:05. Fractions in the first qualifier, 32 and 3. 103 and 4. 134 and 4 in the mile, 2:05 flat. In the second qualifier, number 1, Thinking She's a Dream, made breaks, finished 3rd, timed in 2:07 and 4. The 2, Talk Derby to Me, was 2nd at 2:07 and 3. 3, Speed Limit, the winner, 2:07 and 2. Fractions for the second qualifier, 31 and 2. 105 and 4. 137 and 2 in the mile, 2:07 and 2.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. $17 to post on a mic check. Mic check.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Truro Raceway. The temperature in Truro this evening is 22 degrees Celsius under partly cloudy skies. Tonight's track condition has been rated fast. The card this evening is conducted under the rules and regulations of the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. The senior judge this evening is Kevin Kroll, the associates Alex Monroe and Harry Trenham. Here now are your program and equipment changes. We'll start in race 1. We have a transportation scratch in the first race. Number 3, Phillies Boy, will not start. Race 1, scratch the 3, Phillies Boy. In the second race, number 3, Stone Beach Lily has a line posted. Stone Beach Lily raced on July 27th at Inverness from post 5 in the Nova Scotia Stake, the Phil Pinckney Memorial. From post 5, finished 3rd and was timed in 2 minutes flat. Third race, 2 transportation scratches in race 3. Take out the 3, Kingston Sealster. Also scratch 7, Grin's Little Flirt. Race 3, scratches of 3 and 7. Over to race 6. In race 6, number 7, Camco Willow, has been scratched lame. Race 6, scratch 7, Camco Willow. In the 8th race, bridle change on number 3, What Can You Say, from closed to open with side rolls. Also a bridle change on number 4, Big Engine, open hood with cups to closed. A driver change in race 9. Number 5, Lucy with Diamonds, make it Henry Smallwood. Henry Smallwood driving 5, Lucy with Diamonds in the 9th. In race 10, number 3, Always Be Sweet, is taking off a hood with cups and will be adding a pedaling pacifier. In race 11, the chart line on number 1, Well Let's See, has been posted. July 27th, Inverness, fast track. Well Let's See, post 3, was a race winner in 2 minutes and 1/5. The driver was Miles Heffernan. Also in race 11, 2 6 scratches. Number 4, Prada Paradise, is out sick and scratched the 6, Junebug's Baby, for the same reason, sick. Race 11, 2 scratches. 4, Prada Paradise, and 6, Junebug's Baby. Also in race 11, Number 5, Lobel Bruiser, is adjusting the hobbles, taking them up 2 inches from 64.5 inches to 62.5. Those are your changes thus far. Post time for this evening's first race has been set for 6 p.m. The mutuals are open and selling.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to Truro Raceway for a Friday evening card of harness racing action. We've got 11 races on tap, and of course, we're coming in hot, right? How about that Atlantic Grand Circuit Week finale card on Saturday evening? They were flying, hey, and kudos to the track crew all week long for having the track in great shape. And, there was some online chatter about how quick the trips were on Saturday night. Well, here's the deal, folks. We race 3 and 4 times a week here in London, Ontario, when we're going. And you know what? Just adding another day, when we go from 3 to 4 days, the track condition, it improves greatly. So here's Truro racing once a week, and then for the big week, of course, they're going to race 3 times a week. So, of course, on that the third and final card, they're going to be flying, and they were. And so, again, a great job to the track crew on maintaining the surface all week and having it in prime shape for the Atlantic Grand Circuit Week finale. The more horses race on a harness track, the better it gets. And there's just no question about that. Same with Old Home Week, right? Just around the corner at Red Shore, Charlottetown. They fly Old Home Week, and everybody knows when you go to Old Home Week, you have to be ready to roll because they go quite fast. They go really fast. So some fast trips on Saturday night. Congratulations to Keith Legge picking up his first career training victory. That came with Better Dance earlier on in the card. Then there was Race with Hottie Toddy, a 153-3 winner there in A-Stakes action. How about old Likely to Win? 12-year-old picked up his 59th career victory. And I believe a new mark, right? 155 flat, one of Mark Campbell's. 5 victories in the night. Ace 44 Dome, the track record holder now for mares. Fractions in there were 27, 55, and 4, 123 and 2, and new track record of 152 and 3. Jason the Blue Knight Hughes on board. Ace 44 Dome for the track record. Atlantic Star, a new addition to the Maritime ranks. Mike McGuigan on board. That one in 153 flat. Fernhill Gusto, 153 and 3. Holman 27 and 2. A stakes action for the 3-year-old boys. And then it was time to dance, defending his title of the Lindsay Construction Cup in the finale. Just missing his overall track record. He was there in 151 and 4. Mark Campbell capped off a huge night. 5 driving victories on the night. And time to dance. He just held off a fast closing. Beach and Lindy, Steve Charlton, absolutely pacing. Out of his skin was Beach and Lindy, coming home with 27 and 3, just missed. If there had been another 5 feet, Beach and Lindy was there. And American Risk, really nice war horse. You know, he's third in there in 152 flat. So that was great to see for the Renaissance and the Risky Biz group. American Risk, again, third in the 152 in that Lindsay Construction Cup invite for the top Maritime Pacer. So that was great to see. Alrighty, 11 races on tap tonight. Phone ringing. Don't they know I'm working here? I'm with you all night long. Sugared Oil, based out of London for Universal Media Inc., based out of Charlottetown. You're watching the horses at the Raceway at Truro Raceway. 8 minutes to post time on race 1 of 11. Glad you're with us tonight. Sit back, enjoy the show. Joe Kelly with all the racing calls on all 11. Good luck tonight.
Entries are on the track and on parade for race number 1 on the program. Here's the field for the opener. Number 1 is Montague. 2-year-old colt by Bettor's Delight, owned by Wayne Webby and driven by Robert Laughlin. Wayne Webby also owns the number 2 entry, He's Sure Good, a 2-year-old son of He's Watching. Mark Webby driving. Number 3 has been scratched. 4 is Tobin's Roland, owned by Maura Kerr with Claire McDonald at the lines. Darren Crow with 5, the BAM wagon for Kelly and Cameron McCacken. Toby McDonald will handle number 6, Usain Bolt, for owner Donna Wilson. And rounding out the field is number 7, Footprints in the Sand, owned by Andrea Renison, Basil Sherry, Clarissa Mahar, and Ian McDonald. Todd Treitz in the sulky. Post time for race 1 in less than 6 minutes.
Truro Raceway, happy to have Kevin Harvey Team Sales on board as the official sponsor of Truro Raceway's post parade. For more info on Kevin's side, Kevin's team, visit kevinharveyteamsales.com. So race number 1, a scratch of number 3, Philly's Boy. That one came out, and you're looking right now at number 2. This is He's Sure Good. And kind of jumping off the page and jumping off the toe board right now, a heavy fave. They don't get to be any more of a favorite than 1-9. So He's Sure Good was a beaten fave in his debut, but he got some 2-minute speed in there right off the bat. Finished third. He was placed second. He was bearing wide. Now, he raced green coming out of the final turn there, where he did shift very wide through the stretch drive. But you know what? With the 2-minute speed, there's not much else in here showing that. And I'm going through, there's nothing really showing 2-minute speed over Truro. So he looks ready to pop here in the opener. I'm not going to try to get him beat. I don't think you should try to get him beat. He's Sure Good for Team Webby to start things off. This 2-year-old colt son of He's Watching. All right, we're getting a look at a long shot right now. A long shot in so much so that there's not been a win ticket sold on him just yet. This is the BAM wagon, and I always say this. If you're going to play a favorite, a heavy favorite on top, you're going to need value in behind it to make those exactors and triactors pay. So number 5 for me, the BAM wagon, does show interference and was placed 4th in his latest. He did improve time-wise as well. So he's going in the right direction here for the McCackens. Number 5, the BAM wagon. Darren Crow on board for the trainer, Joe Green. Right now, he did get a win ticket purchased on him, and maybe another one or two. He's down to 18-1 now. Still a good long shot play, maybe to factor for the deuce here in the opener. The BAM wagon to sweeten up the exactor and trot here in the opener. And we've got a career debuter here in number 1, Montague. Montague's a 2-year-old, a colt son of Better's Delight, out for the career debut. Robert Laffin hops up on the bike here, trained and driven by Robert Laffin. Robert's first drive for a pure-mutual race this season at Truro is great to see. So again, first career start for Montague. He'll need to lower his time by 2 or 3 seconds to compete in here. I don't see him getting away very quickly. Of course, Robert Laffin on board likes to take his time with the young horses, and looking at the qualifying times for the opening quarters for Montague, the quickest he's gotten to a quarter mile just yet in the qualifiers, 32 and 2. So I'm not expecting a whole lot of early speed, but I am expecting him to maybe hit the triactor here in the opener. Montague is currently a second choice at 4-1, but again, I don't see a whole lot of early speed, so not quite sure where this 2-year-old's going to be sitting in the early going. 2 minutes to post time here on race 1 of 11. There's Claire McDonald, training and driving number 4, Tobin's Roland for Maura Kerr of Greenfield, Nova Scotia. Tobin's Roland, 3-year-old son of Roll With It Harry. It's a 9-time starter. So the most experienced of this bunch is the 4, Tobin's Roland, finishing third best last time out. And right now the price is right. And definitely one to be considering for the exactor tries here in the opener, as the 2, He's Sure Good, continues to take the heaviest action here for driver Mark Webby. So Todd Treitz with us tonight on the eve of his Atlantic Regional Driving Championship appearance. A great-looking show ahead for Red Shore Charlottetown tomorrow evening with the Drivers' Challenge there for the Atlantic. Those are always fun to watch, and I believe Todd Treitz has the best lineup for tomorrow evening. Not sure about his lineup here with number 7, a Footprint in the Sand for trainer George Renison. The outside chance here was a beaten favorite back in St. John there in early July, and we'll look to improve on that. But again, for tomorrow evening, the Atlantic Regional Drivers Championship, Charlottetown, for me, it's Todd Treitz and Gilles Berriot. I see moving on from that, but it'll be a great competition. 8 fine drivers set to duke it out tomorrow evening in Charlottetown. Before that, though, we've got 11 races coming up here at Truro Raceway. Joe Kelly with the call of race 1.
First race entries are now in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Race 1, top of the stretch. Montague, He's Sure Good, Tobin's Roland, the Bandwagon, Usain Bolt, and Footprints in the Sand. They're off and pacing with He's Sure Good away quickly, along with Tobin's Roland. Into that first turn, He's Sure Good grabs the early lead. Tobin's Roland outside second, away third. That's Montague. Now settling out in 4 as they make their way by the opening 8th is the Bandwagon. Back in 5, Footprints in the Sand. And at the back of the field, that's Usain Bolt. Into the backstretch for time 1 as they head to the opening quarter, up and out of the pocket. Here comes Montague, looking to take the lead away from his stablemate. He's Sure Good, who's now relenting to sit second. Inside, looking at it from 3, that is Tobin's Roland, followed in 4 by the Bandwagon. Then back 5th and moving up on the outside uncovered is Usain Bolt, and sitting at the back is Footprints in the Sand. Opening panel, 30 seconds flat. They continue off the top turn, entering the stretch now as they near the half, and up front they're led by Montague. Getting the pocket ride is He's Sure Good. Followed inside a third by Tobin's Roland. Outside advancing now is Usain Bolt up into 3 as they arrive at the midway point. Up and out of the pocket. Here comes Sure Good. Now he looks to reclaim as they race into the lower turn, and will do so as they continue on to the 5/8. It's He's Sure Good now in control. Inside Montague is now second. Usain Bolt tries it first over from 3 inside, and trapped at the rail is Tobin's Roland in a 4. Outside covered up from 5 is Footprints in the Sand. In the trailer is the bandwagon on through the backstretch to half. 101 and 2 opening up on the front end. That's He's Sure Good, clear by 5. With Montague, the next closest pursuer, rough gate it there in the 3. That's Usain Bolt. And coming wide from the back of the field is the bandwagon out in the 4-wide path. They race on over to the 7/8, 3/4 paced in 1:30 and 2. It's all He's Sure Good as they travel on past the 7/8 and off the top turn. Trying to hold on to second is Montague. And a gap of 5 lengths back to the rest of the field as they traveled on through the stretch. It's all He's Sure Good. Drifting out winner here in the opener. Finishing second is a Montague. In the battle for the show spot, it goes to the bandwagon. The mile in 1:59 and 2/5.
There it is. He's Sure Good, living up to his name this evening. He was a lot straighter this time around. His own back half in 57 and 4 as he pulled pocket right at the half mile to take over the lead against his barn mate Montague. Montague surprised me. I mentioned beforehand the quickest he got to the quarter in his qualifiers was 32 and 1. Well, he's on top tonight at the quarter in 30 seconds flat. So definitely a step in the right direction for that son of Bettor's Delight. Montague was well back, finishing second. And how about the bandwagon? I liked him tonight, and he showed up for third anyway, 4 wide through that final quarter for the bandwagon. So he was improving a bit last time out, improved even that much more this evening. Great to see the bandwagon showing up for third. Again, he was stretching it out big time, 4 wide through that final quarter, and some improvement there in that start. That's what people love to see with these young horses with minimal starts. Just some improvement, right? So the bandwagon in for third. A Montague definitely showed some talent there in the early going and the late stages, holding down the deuce there. And the winner, though, just too good. He's Sure Good, a son of He's Watching from the Bettor's Delight mare. Bettor on the fence for the Webbies. Noah Webby training, Mark Webby on board for the winning drive. And again, the fractions, 30 flat, the half just 101 and 2, and that's what brought He's Sure Good up and around to go his third quarter. His own third quarter was likely 28 and 4, and then he's home in 29 flat. So a nice back calf and a great learning experience for quite a few of them in there, which is great to see. It's a 2-1-5 unofficial here. Race number 1 as He's Sure Good comes back for the Webbies.
Now back in the winner's enclosure is the first race winner, number 2, He's Sure Good, 2-year-old bay colt by He's Watching. Out of the Bettor's Delight dam, Bettor on the fence. Owned by Wayne Webby of Dartmouth, trained by Noah Webby and driven by Mark Webby. He's Sure Good, picking up a lifetime mark of 1:59 and 2/5. Race 1 is now official. 1 Mod was second. 2 He's Sure Good, the winner. 3 was Scratch. 4 Tobin's Rollin' 5. 5 the Bandwagon third. 6 Usain Bolt fourth. And 7 Footprints in the Sand was sixth. Fractions were 30, 101 and 2, 130 and 2 in the mile, and 159 and 2. Top down, your card is 2-1 scratched, 5-3-4-6. 2-1-5 a try in the first race, $19 even. 2-1 exactor, $6.70. Upcoming in races 2 and 3, the Daily Double. Second race, number 3 Stone Beach Lily. As a chart line posted, July 27th in Inverness. In the Phil Pinckney Memorial, Post 5 finished third, timed in 2 minutes flat. And in the third race, 2 scratches, both transportation. 3 Kingston Sealster is out, and take out the 7 Grin's Little Flirt. Post time for race 2 in 9 minutes. Now on parade are the entries in tonight's second race. Here are the entries. Number 1 is Brookdale Sandy. 2-year-old filly by Shadow Play, owned by Doug Polly Jr. and Sr. Bernard McCollum drives. From post 2, Lions in front. Greg Monroe catch drives for Michelle Patrickin. The Ultimate Stable and Todd and Trish Hardy share ownership of number 3, Stone Beach Lily, with Todd Treitz in the driver's seat. Andy Campbell will guide Tobin's Reward from post 4 for owners Fred Saunders and Brent Boucher. Adam Johnson's Glenview Ronda has post 5. Darren Crow will do the driving. Paul Trev sits behind the 6, Deolicious, owned by Tracy McQuaid. That's the field for race 2. Post time in 5 minutes.
Five minutes to post time. Race number 2, Post Parade, brought to you by Kevin Harvey Team Sales. Daily double exactor try here in race number 2, and getting a look right now at number 3, Stone Beach Lily. Now, she did not bring her A game last week. The result was a disqualification, right? And now if Trites can encourage her to be at her best, she can win this race. Stone Beach Lily, a 3-year-old daughter of Stonebridge Terror, was just missing by a neck. She came home in 29-1, but as mentioned, just did not have it in the early going, caused a bit of confusion, and from that, disqualified off the ticket. So she'll need to be at her best, and if she is, she will no doubt win this race. And here's another heavy favorite currently at 1-9. One of quite a few live mounts for driver Todd Trites on this evening's card. And now a look at the free-legged mare, Glenview Rhonda. Breaks in the early going have cost this one in her last couple of outings. If she can find a clean line here, she can find her way into the exactor, if not win it, right? Glenview Rhonda is a 4-year-old daughter of Immaculate, going out for Adam Johnston of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Darren Crow goes back on board for the drive. He was on board for the third best finish back in mid-July, and as mentioned, breaks in the early going in each of her last 2 have cost her dearly. So again, she needs the clean line, and if she gets that, she gets a great shot at a top 2 finish here in race number 2. We're talking about Glenview Rhonda at a post 5. Getting a look now at number 4. This is Tobin's Reward. Now, this one was a bit better for the new barn last week. Fred Saunders took over the training duties, and this one came on to finish third in 2:02 and 4. Decent back quarter there as well. So here's another young horse trending in the right direction, possibly, and one of my favorite catch drivers there at Truro, Andy Campbell, stays on for this drive. I'll gotta take the filly, number 4, Tobin's Reward, as a player for the triactor here in race number 2. Here's another one of those Brookdale 2-year-olds going out for the Pollies with Bernie McCollum on board. Brookdale Sandy finished 4th, was placed 3rd in the career debut last time out. She's a 2-year-old daughter of Shadow Play. Had the rail to work with last time. Didn't get away very quick, but was still sitting 4th. So capable of maybe another top 3 or 4 finish in here. Brookdale Sandy, again, another 2-year-old here for the Pollies. I've mentioned there's a ton of 2-year-olds around. I haven't seen this many 2-year-olds on the go this time of year. Well, it's been a few years, right? The pandemic came along and it played a factor with the 2-year-olds getting to the races. So way more 2-year-olds out and about. I did a little story on the post calls, Atlantic Post calls last week, and we talked about a 2-year-old down around Hoosier Park by the name of Buzzsaw Russ. I mentioned the first career start. He came home in 25-1 to finish. Well, he was a race winner in 53, but again, a 2-year-old first career start with a final quarter 25-1. It was unheard of back in the day, but now it's becoming more frequent, right? Buzzsaw Russ, he did race last night at Hoosier Park, finished second in 50. That's right, a 2-year-old finishing second last night in 150 and change. Just got a little bit rough on the end of it. Here's a look at number 6, Deolicious. She's probably got more experience than many in here. Yes, indeed, she is the most experienced in here. The outside looking in for trainer driver Paul Treves. 11-1 value player in here as we get set to go postward with race 2 of 11 at Truro.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate moving up into position for race 2. It's post time. Race number 2, top of the stretch. Brookdale Sandy, Lions in front. Stone Beach Lily, Tobin's Reward, Glenview Rhonda, and Deolicious. They're off and pacing. Stone Beach Lily is away first. Outside, that is Tobin's Reward. On the limb second, and getting away third as they race into that first turn is Glenview Rhonda. Inside unhurried in 4. He's Lions in front. Crossing over into 5. That is Deolicious, and the trailer is Brookdale Sandy. Into the backstretch, first time as they head to the opening quarter. And charging up on the outside, Glenview Rhonda moves on to take control away from Stone Beach Lily, who now sits in the garden spot, followed closely by Tobin's Reward third, a gap of 3.5. Back to Lions in front, who looks at it from 4. The fifth one is Deolicious. She has 1 beaten. It is Brookdale Sandy trailing the field. 28-4 was the opening quarter single file as they make their way off the top turn. Up front there, led by Glenview Rhonda. Out there by 2 lengths as they approach the half. Stone Beach Lily is racing a second. at the rail and looking at it from 3. That's Tobin's Reward. Still that gap back into 4. We find Lions in front. Tied up in 5 is Delicious, and at the back is Brookdale Sandy. Into the lower turn. They head now to the backstretch for the final time. 28-4 was the quarter. The half paced in 58 seconds flat on their way to 3/4, and Glenview Ronda steps off now by 2.5. On the inside, Stone Beach Lily holds second. And dropping back there third at the rail is Tobin's Reward, followed by Lions in front. Then back to Delicious. And a gap out at the back of the field is Brookdale Sandy. They arrive at 3/4. The field is strung out as they race on over to the 7/8, led by Glenview Ronda. Out there, 2.5 lengths on Stone Beach Lily. Another 6 lengths back third. We find Tobin's Reward. And another gap of 2.5 lengths back in 4. That is Lions in front off the turn, and 8th to come. 1:27-2 was the 3/4. Glenview Ronda leads them on through the lane now for the final time. Stone Beach Lily is 3 lengths back second. It's all Glenview Ronda here in the second. Finishing second is Stone Beach Lily, and holding in there for third, that's Tobin's Reward. A mile in 1:57 2/5.
Glenview Ronda goes the trip of her life tonight at Truro with Darren Crowe on board. She carved out fractions of 28-4, 58, 127-2, and paced to a new lifetime mark, 157-2. Glenview Ronda on top here. The trip of her life for Stone Beach Lily as well. She's only maybe 3-4 lengths back here, so she's pacing her mile here in 58 or 58-1 to be second best. And then in for third, number 4, Tobin's Reward appeared to be going some sub 2 minute speed there as well. So big improvements for all three. The top 3 finishers in there, all improving off their latest efforts over Truro. Glenview Ronda, we mentioned all she had to do was bring her A game. Same with the 3 Stone Beach Lily. And great to see. The track condition remains quite fast. I mentioned to open up the card, the track crew did a fantastic job maintaining the surface all through Atlantic Grand Circuit week. And, of course, when you get 3-4 race cards per week on a half-mile track, it can liven up the speed, and it's likely going to carry over into this evening as well. As we just saw, Glenview Ronda step things up, probably 2 seconds better than she's ever gone. 157-2 gate-to-wire winner, Darren Crowe on board for owner-trainer Adam Johnson. Again, second best Stone Beach Lily, and Tobin's Reward in for third. Glenview Ronda posing for a picture here shortly.
Now back in victory lane, the second race winner, number 5, Glenview Ronda, 4-year-old bay daughter of Immaculate. Owned by Adam Johnson, trained by Adam and driven by Darren Crowe. Darren gives Glenview Ronda a new life's mark of 157 2/5. Race 2 is official. 1 Brookdale Sandy 6, 2 Lions in front 4th, 3 Stone Beach Lily 2nd, 4 Tobin's Reward 3rd, 5 Glenview Ronda the winner, and 6 Delicious finished 5th. Fractions were 28 and 4, 58, 127 and 2 in the mile. A new mark for Glenview Ronda, 157 and 2/5. Rechecking your programs. Top down 642-315. 534 try in race 2, 35.50. 5-3 exactor 9:20. Up next, race 3. We have 2 transportation scratches in the 3rd race. Number 3 Kingston Sealster and 7 Grin's Little Flirt, both scratched. Race 3 is the first leg in tonight's pick 5. Looking at the changes that will affect the pick 5. No changes in races 4 or 5. In the 6th race, number 7 Camco Willow has been scratched lame. And no changes in the 7th race, the final leg of the pick 5. We do have a scratch just announced here in the 8th race on number 7 Johnny Walker Deluxe. He is lame. Race 8 this evening. Scratch the 7 Johnny Walker Deluxe, lame. Post time for the upcoming 3rd race. The first in the pick 5 sequence in 8 minutes. Now on the track are the starters in tonight's 3rd race. Here's the field. Number 1 is Dinger 2, owned by Henry Smallwood and driven by Cyril Harvey. Todd Trites has the drive on number 2, Muddy Mouse, for the CC Stables. Number 3 has been scratched for DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy. Although Robert Salzman, Paul Langell aboard. Dale Spence gets the drive on 5, Crafty Example. He's owned by Mona Legg. Time Old Charmer is the 6, owned by Paisley McCollum with Greg Monroe catch driving. Number 7 has been scratched. And number 8 is Salzburg Flicka, owned by Tracy McQuaid and driven by Paul Treves. Post time for race 3 in 5 minutes.
Race number 3 to start the popular pick 5 play. There is a carryover, a mount to chase after. So playing along for the pick 5, you will be chasing a carryover. Getting a look at number 4, DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy. Goes out for veteran conditioner Henry Smallwood, Paul Langell on board for the drive. Now this one, well, if he can repeat his most recent qualifier, then that's good enough to win here. Though, it's quite a drop, right? From what he showed in that one start of 2022, where he rode up close, and he was only able to manage a mile and 2:7:1. So he goes on the qualifying list. He goes out and rips off a qualifier in 2 minutes 2/5. The 12-year-old son of Force of Life. Again, all he has to do is repeat that qualifying effort to have a great shot at winning. But right now at 6-5, I tend to think he's a bit overbet. I was hoping that he might be around that 5-2 or 3-1, but anything lower than 5-2 on this horse, I'd be looking at another one maybe to possibly get him beat. Universum Media Inc., harness racing provider for Atlantic Canada. Tracks like Northside Downs, Inverness Raceway, Truro Raceway, the Red Shores tracks of Summerside and Charlottetown, and of course, the tracks of Horse Racing New Brunswick. We did mention Todd Trice has many a live drive on this evening's card. He finished second best with Stone Beach Lily in a very quick time race 2. Here he is on board Mighty Mouse. It's TT for CC. Mighty Mouse trying to hit the top 2 here for the first time this season. Does have a couple of show finishes there from 11 outings, but she's drawing much better here. She's been doing poorly at the draw box. You know, she's had post 6 in her last 2, the 8 hole before that. So now she moves inside and picks up Todd Trice. I kind of like her chances here at 5-2 with the much improved post and class relief. Beware, Mighty Mouse should be a factor here in the opening leg of the Pick 5 play.
Only 2 minutes left to wager on tonight's Pick 5. The Pick 5 carryover sits at $226.
Here's Dale Spence getting familiar with the Crafty Example, 7-year-old son of Cam Luck. Another one with a couple of show finishes from 7 outings, yet to crack the top 2 at Truro this season. Dale Spence into Catch Drive, could be best of the rest. He could win it. The only one that I have a line through that I could not get behind for the win in this third race is number 6, Time Out Charmer. Beyond that, you know, you could back the 1, 2, 4, 5, or even the 8, who's taking some serious action. Salzburg Flicka, the outside post. It doesn't scare me with that shadow play mare. So kind of wide open here in this open leg of a Pick 5 play, race 3. We're getting close here. Final call for wagering on the third race, exact or try, opening leg of the Pick 5 carryover.
5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. 5 carryover. Home Hardware Building Center starting gate now moving for the third race. It's post time. Third race has Dinger 2, Mighty Mouse, DJ Coca-Cola Cowboy, Crafty Example, Time Old Charmer, and Salzburg Flicka. They're off and pacing away quickly. DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy to grab the lead as they race into the first turn. Dinger 2 along the inside. We'll get away second up on the outside in 3. That is Crafty Example, followed out at the rail by Mighty Mouse. The fifth one away is Time Old Charmer, and sitting at the back of the field in the early going is Salzburg Flicka. Onto the backside for the first time as they head on to the opening quarter. Out front, DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy shows the way, is out there by 2 with Dinger 2. Getting away in the garden spot, followed third out the rail by Mighty Mouse. Now finding a seat fourth was Crafty Example. Back in 5 is Time Old Charmer, and at the back is Salzburg Flicka. 28 4/5 seconds was the opening quarter. They're single file, racing on past the 3/8 and off the top turn. It is DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy and Dinger 2 are the top two as they race off the top turn and into the lane. Approaching the half, Mighty Mouse stays out the rail third. Outside and moving now first over from 4. That is Crafty Example. Fifth on the inside for Time Old Charmer. Off strut at the back is Salzburg Flicka. They race into the lower turn, heading now to the 5/8, and DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy opening up a 5-length lead as they race past the 5/8. The half, 59 seconds flat. Inside is Dinger 2, second. Outside a third is Crafty Example. Then Mighty Mouse is inside at the rail in 4. They head now to the 3/4. DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy, a commanding lead of some 7-8 lengths. Moving up for second is Crafty Example. Outside a third. That is Mighty Mouse. Dropping back is Dinger 2 in 4. Fifth outside for Salzburg Flicka. And now treading his Time Old Charmer. 3/4 in 1:28. The veteran DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy looks to have an insurmountable lead as they race past the 7/8 and off the top turn. 3/4 was paced in 1:28 flat. It's all DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy as they turn for the payoff, and DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy destroys them here in the third race. The battle strictly for the place spot, and Mighty Mouse reaching up for second, third. That is Crafty Example. A mile in 1:58 flat.
There it is, another big victory here, another new lifetime best, this time for a 12-year-old. That's right, he's 12-year-old. DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy pacing to a new life best of 1:58 flat. We said all he had to do was repeat his qualifier. Well, he went about 2 seconds better than that, more than 2 seconds better. DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy, Paul Angel on board for the Small Woods. Well, for Henry Smallwood anyway, and owner Robert Salzman of Stewiacke, Nova Scotia. Second best, Mighty Mouse, GT for CC. And then in for third, number 5, Crafty Example for Dale Spence. We're ice cold on the try there, but it wasn't that hard, right? 4, 2, 5, unofficial, the top 3. And we got talking about our track crew here at Truro, how did such a bang-up job on the surface for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. That has carried on over into this Friday evening card, it appears. That's 3 races in and 3 new lifetime best. And this time for a 12-year-old, it's pretty much unheard of to see these here aged horses when they get up at around 10, 11, 12 years old and they're taking new life marks. You just don't see that in harness racing circles much. So good to see for old DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy coming back here with Paul Langille on board.
Now back in victory lane, the third race winner, number 4, DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy. 12-year-old black gelded son of Force of Life. By Robert Salzman of Stubiak, trained by Henry Smallwood, driven this evening by Paul Langell. DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy, in only his second start back after a 3.5-year hiatus. The 12-year-old pacing to a new life's mark of 158 flat. Here's how they finished in the third race. Number 1, Dinger 2, 6, 2, Mighty Mouse second, 3 was scratched, 4, DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy the winner. 5, Crafty Example third, 6, Time Old Charmer fifth, 7 was scratched, 8, Salzburg Flicka fourth. Quarter 28 and 4, the half 59, 3/4 in 128, the mile, a new mark for the 12-year-old DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy, 158 flat. On the top, your card reads 6-2 scratched, 1-3, 5 scratched, 4 on the bottom. 425 try in race 3, 82.70. 42 exactor, 32.50. The early double 5-4 combination, 28.80. Up next, the fourth race. No changes to report in race 4. Post time in 9 minutes. Starters in the fourth race are now on parade. Number 1 in the field is Brookdale Johnny, owned by Doug Polly Jr. and Sr. Catch driven this evening by Paul Angel. Coot Cobbler from post 2 has Greg Monroe in the seat for the Autumn Gold Stable. Better Dance from post 3, Dale Spence driving for Tricia Barnsby. Danny Romo will pot it Better On Than Off from post 4 for the Ratchford Stable NS. Ian Tate's Maximum Lovin' from post 5. Claire McDonald will steer. Douglas E. and Douglas R. Polly share the ownership of number 6, Brookdale Mickey. 2-year-old gelding by Always Be Mickey. Bernard McCollum drives. And Fifth Estate is the 7, Ernie Laughlin for Michelle Patrickin. That's the field for the 4th. They'll go behind the gate in 5 minutes.
Another Truro Raceway Post Parade brought to you by Kevin Harvey Team Sales. 5 minutes to post time in the upcoming 4th race. Got another heavy favorite opening up here. This time it goes for trainer-driver Claire MacDonald, owner Ian Tate of St. Andrews, Nova Scotia, sending out the 5, Maximum Lovin'. Meets much easier now as he steps away from stakes action. He's showing 55 and 56 in his last 2. That alone makes him my top play in here. Not a sure thing by any means, and definitely not worthy of 1-9 fave status here, but off those quick couple of miles in his last 2, he's tough to go against, but I can't get behind him here at 1-9. Now he's up to 1-4, but you know what? He's got to go away at about even money for me to keep on backing him. We're needing even money on number 5, Maximum Lovin' here for Claire MacDonald. Getting a look now at the 2-year-old son of Always Be Mickey. This is Brookdale Mickey, a real nice colt son of former world record holder, right? Always Be Mickey had that 146 mile, and of course it got lowered a few weeks ago by the Bulldog Hanover. Now it's 145 and 4. So Brookdale Mickey, he's a must play against this group. He's a perfect 3 for 3 on the board with 2 wins and a second. Got that 157 and 3 win in his latest. Going out for the Pollies, Doug's senior and junior, Bernie McCollum training and driving. Brookdale Mickey, a tougher test here, and of course with that outside post, it makes it that much tougher. Brookdale Mickey, a 2-year-old, meeting up against mostly 3 and above. There is another 2-year-old on the rail, the Brookdale Johnny horse, for the same connections. Paul and Jill on board that. Though Brookdale Mickey, I'm going to stay on him for the exactor factor here in race number 4. Here's Danny Romo going back on board the 4, Better On Than Off. Now, I was expecting a huge mile from this one last time out. I thought he'd go much quicker last week, but Mark Campbell, he just did what he had to do in securing the victory. Better on than off. A winner in 159 and 3 over Truro. But for me, this horse is capable of something closer to 57, 58 wouldn't be a problem. Better on than off. Likely to show a little more on this occasion should he get a spot up near the lead. Be on the lookout for number 4, Better On Than Off. Capable of going much more than he did in his victory last week at Truro. 7-2 currently. I like the price.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate now moving for the 4th race. It's post time. Race number 4 on the program has Brookdale Johnny, Coot Cobbler, Better Dance, Better On Than Off, Maximum Lovin', Brookdale Mickey, and Fifth Estate. They're off and pacing. That's Better Dance away quickly along with Better On Than Off. On the inside is Brookdale Johnny. 3 across the track as they battle for early position into that first turn. Brookdale Johnny wins the early battle out to 3 high. Here comes Better On Than Off. Now up to second and inside a third. That's Coot Cobbler on the limb and looking for his seat. Better Dance in 4. Now coming wide 5th. Here's Brookdale Mickey on the move. Then back there, an unhurried 6th is Maximum Lovin', and sitting at the back of the field is Fifth Estate. They arrive at the opening quarter. Better Dance has control out there by 2, but here comes Brookdale Mickey charging up now on the outside. And will take a tuck in the pocket. Second away third. He's Brookdale Johnny, followed closely by Coot Cobbler in the 4 spot. Back there in 5 for Better Dance. Maximum Lovin', only 1 beaten in the early going. That's Fifth Estate. 29 seconds flat was the quarter. They move off the top turn and travel on through the stretch now as they near the half, and up front they are led by Better On Than Off in the garden spot. That is Brookdale Mickey second, followed by Brookdale Johnny third. Now first to sacrifice. First over comes Maximum Lovin' up on the outside fourth. Cook Cobbler stays out the rail in five. Back in six for Better Dance in fifth. The state can see them all as they head to the backside. For the final time, the half paced in 58 and 3 on their way to three quarters, led by Better On Than Off. Tied up in the pocket. That is Brookdale Mickey. Outside Maximum Lovin' is uncovered third. Out the rail in four is Brookdale Johnny. Fifth at the rail is a Cook Cobbler. They arrive at three quarters. Better On Than Off. The unchallenged leader now as they head on over to the 7/8. Brookdale Mickey elects to stay in the pocket. Outside and a pacing uncovered third. That's Maximum Lovin' at the rail from four is Brookdale Johnny. They have an eighth left to come. Three quarters in 1:27 and 4. Off the turn. Better On Than Off is still there by a length. Maximum Lovin' on the outside is inching in second into the passing lane. The 2-year-old Brookdale Mickey on through the lane they come. Brookdale Mickey in the passing lane. Better On Than Off. Brookdale Mickey takes advantage of the passing lane to win it by a neck over Better On Than Off. Maximum Lovin' third. The mile in 1:58 and 1/5.
A passing lane victory here for the 2-year-old Brookdale Mickey as he doubles up, maybe triples up at Truro. That's a third victory from 4 lifetime starts for the big son of Always Be Mickey. Patient steer, and you knew he was not going to have a problem finding that 2-hole ride with his barn mate sitting up close in the early going there. The 2-hole opened up and he dropped right in, and a patient steer by Pooker McCollum to sit and wait on the passing lane. Romo making front in the early going with Better On Than Off. Set out through fractions of 29, 58 and 3, 127 and 4, and a mile clocked up in 158 and 1. You know, if you could have bet this race at the quarter mile, you would have been boxing up 4, 5, 6 all day. We mentioned number 5, Maximum Lovin' was not a sure thing by any means, and when you saw this horse sitting next to last in the early going, it appeared there would be no shot to get the job done for the victory. Did go away close to even money, but not quite. An odds-on favorite there at 4 to 5, but I would have liked Maximum Lovin' with the trip that Brookdale Mickey got, right? The 2-hole ride, but nonetheless, a great race, a 3 across finish there in race number 4, and it goes to the 2-year-old Brookdale Mickey, a 6, 4, 5, and a 1 top 4 unofficial with a pair of Brookdale 2-year-olds finishing first and fourth in there for the Pollies.
Back in the winners enclosure, 4th race winner, number 6, Brookdale Mickey, 2-year-old Big Ellet son of Always Be Mickey. To the Some Beach Somewhere Dam, La Playa Brava, owned by Douglas E. and Douglas R. Polly of Amherst, trained and driven by Bernard McCollum, Brookdale Mickey. That's 3 in a row for the 2-year-old, the mile in 158 and 1/5. Here's the official result of the fourth race. Number 1, Brookdale Johnny, fourth. 2, Coomber, fifth. 3, Better Dance, 7. 4, Better On Than Off, second. 5, Maximum Lovin', third. 6, Brookdale Mickey, the winner. And 7, Fifth Estate was sixth. Quarter was 29, the half 58 and 3, 3/4 in 127 and 4, and the mile in 158 and 1. Top down, your card is 457 2316. 645 try in race 4, $31.40. The 6-4 exactor, $41.90. Upcoming in race 5, no changes to report in the fifth race. 8 minutes to post time. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask at this time if you would please join us as we observe a moment's silence in memory of maritime harness racing icon Earl Smith, who passed away on July 26th at the age of 73. Earl, a native of Hunter River, PEI, started working in the harness racing game at the tender age of 16 when he went to work for his uncle Emmett. Earl would then open his own public stable at the CDP just 2 years later. He would go on to establish himself as one of the top stake race conditioners and drivers in the maritime harness racing game. His stables have captured virtually every major stake race in Atlantic Canada, and some on multiple occasions. As a driver, Earl won 2,682 races in his career. He was the leading dash-winning driver at the Charlottetown Driving Park in 1979 and 1980. A highlight of his career was winning the Gold Cup and Saucer in 2008 with Pownal Bay Mat. Earl was also the developer of Arrive at 5, who garnered the Age Pacer of the Year honors in the U.S. in 1994. Earl will be inducted into the PEI Hall of Fame on August 12th of this year, an event he was looking forward to. Earl is survived by his wife of 52 years, Muriel, sons Michael and daughter Roxanne. Funeral services for Earl will be held tomorrow at 1 p.m. in Charlottetown at the Belvedere Funeral Home. If you'd please now join us as we observe a moment's silence in memory of the late Earl Smith. Thank you. Fifth race. And all by the CC stables. Kirk Paris driving. The Pollies, Doug Jr. and Sr., the owners of 2 Brookdale Gym, Bernard McCollum in the driver's seat. Darren Crow drives the 3 Nova Scotia Beach for owners Archie Hattie, Lorraine Daly, and Gordy Rudolph. Debbie Ellis, Wally Cameron, and Anthony Rapshaw, the owners. Todd Trites will drive from post 4, Chick McGuire. Number 5 is Go With It. Ernie Laffin has the drive for Gordy McCabe. From post 6, Ultimately Handsome with Kyle Mason in charge for the Ultimate Stable. From post 7, Electric Sill. Ryder Matthews Runnison driving for owners Clarissa Mahar and Andrea Runnison. Rounding out the field from post 8, Whitmere Bankroll, owned by Ed and Ralph Harvey, with Paul Langell doing the driving. Post time in less than 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes, less than 3 to post time.
5th race starters. Yeah, 5th race starters getting close to going to postward here in race number 5. Getting a look at number 2, Brookdale Gym. I do like the chances for number 1, E.R. Quinn. If he can match that speed from his latest 56 and 2, they'll have a hard time catching the 1, E.R. Quinn. For the deuce, number 2, Brookdale Gym all day long. Should be in for a great trip here with speed to follow from his left. He's a must-play tonight. Another live bullet here for the Pollies and McCollum in number 2, Brookdale Gym. And he just took some serious action here. He just went from 9-2 to 2-1 at the last switch in odds. I got number 4, Chick McGuire, pegged as a player here with Todd Treitz, TT, going back on board. He gets along fine with this one, and as mentioned, he's a player with these. Beware of number 4, Chick McGuire, scoring around that first turn nicely, and right on the bit now for Treitz, and decent value here, 7-1. Players behind number 8, Woodmere Bankroll, here at 9-5. He's a nice horse, a nice 3-year-old son of Roll With It here, but that's a very tough post to overcome for Woodmere Bankroll. Right now at 9-5, I'm saying he's overbet right now. Nine to 2 action for number 3, Nova Scotia Beach. This one comes in off a lifetime best. He wired them up last week in 158-2. Darren Crow, of course, the trainer driver, stays on. Nova Scotia Beach right now at 9-2. There is still time. It appears the starter is looking for them in a lineup in race number 5. Favorites right now, number 2, Brookdale Jim, and 8, Woodmere Bankroll, both at 2-1. Final call.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate is on the move for race 5. It's post time. Race number 5 of the evening as E.R. Quinn, Brookdale Jim, Nova Scotia Beach, Chick McGuire. Go With It, Ultimately Handsome, Electric Sill, and Woodmere Bankroll. They're off and pacing. E.R. Quinn at the rail is getting the first call on the outside, away second. That is Chick McGuire in at the rail. Brookdale Jim is third, taking a seat. Nova Scotia Beach from 4. Then Go With It back there at the rail in 5. Next in line, Ultimately Handsome has 6. 7th away is the Electric Sill, and sitting at the back of the field is Woodmere Bankroll. On through the backstretch, they head to the opening quarter. Up front, it's E.R. Quinn on the lead under a firm rein as they race past the opening quarter. Out there a length and a quarter. Brookdale Jim is in the garden spot. Next in line, third. That's Nova Scotia Beach. Looking at it from 4. Chick McGuire. Holding down the 5 spot is Go With It. Campaigning the rail from 6 is Ultimately Handsome. And moving up on the outside now from 7 is Woodmere Bankroll. Electric Sill is now the trailer. 28-4 was the opening quarter. They move off the turn into the stretch now, approaching the half, and it's E.R. Quinn in control. Out there now by 2 on Brookdale Jim. Peeking to the outside of third is Nova Scotia Beach, and he now tips to the outside. First over from 3. 4th at the rail is Chick McGuire. 5th inside, that's Go With It. Outside and pacing in 6 is Ultimately Handsome. Further on back, Electric Sill. To the outside from the back is Woodmere Bankroll. Halfway home in 58-1 on through the backstretch. Final time, E.R. Quinn on the outside. Now with the pressure, that's Nova Scotia Beach. 3 parts of a length back. Second inside, a locked up Brookdale Jim is traveling third. Second over toe. as they approach three quarters to Chick McGuire. Inside, locked up is Go With It at the rail in 5. Then outside, Ultimately Handsome has 6. Trying it 3 wide now for the back. Woodmere Bankroll hits his best stride as they race on to the 7/8. Nova Scotia Beach is forging to the lead. Woodmere Bankroll, watch him. He's out there 5 wide off the top turn. 128 was the three quarters. They turn for home. Nova Scotia Beach far outside. Woodmere Bankroll up on the outside. Chick McGuire on through the lane. They come. It's Nova Scotia Beach far outside. Woodmere Bankroll along with Ultimately Handsome. Nova Scotia Beach holding on to it. Second, Ultimately Handsome. Third is Woodmere Bankroll. Inquiry sign has been posted. The mile at 1:59 and 1/5. Just looking at the number 1 entry here at the top of the stretch for possibly racing inside pylons.
We may have just seen the race of the week. You could throw a blanket over them as they turn for home. It looked like the 8 Woodmere Bankroll was going to circle them 5 wide, but number 3, Nova Scotia Beach, guts one out here for Darren Crow. Extreme long shot, Ultimately Handsome in for the deuce there for Kyle Mason. And from last, and I believe making a break prior to the three quarters was the 8 Woodmere Bankroll. Again, he was circling up 5 wide. I know Universe of Media Inc., they've been doing a race of the week out of Truro, and I'm going to put this one in the running right now. That was a great horse race. It could have been any one of 8 going around that final turn. Unofficial top 4, 3, 6, 8, and 4, as we'll see. Nova Scotia Beach coming back for Darren Crow for 2 in a row at Truro.
Now back the 5th race winner, number 3, Nova Scotia Beach. 5-year-old gelded son of some beach somewhere. Owned by Archie Hattie, Lorraine Daly, and Gordy Rudolph of Dartmouth, trained and driven by Darren Crow. Darren picking up his second winning drive on the program. Nova Scotia Beach pacing in 1:59 and 1/5. Race 5 is now official. 1 ER Quinn 8, 2 Brookdale Jim 5th, 3 Nova Scotia Beach the winner, 4 Chick McGuire 4th, 5 Go With It 6th, 6 Ultimately Handsome was 2nd, 7 Electric Sill finished 7th, and 8 Woodmere Bankroll 3rd. Fractions for the mile were 28 and 4, 58 and 1, 128 the mile and 159 and 1/5. From the top, your card reads 851 462 73. There were no 3-6-8 triactor combinations sold here in race 5. Tries paid on the 3-6 all combinations, $124.30. The $1 exactor 3-6 returned $127.25. Up next, race 6, scratch number 7, Camco Willow. The entry is lame. Post time for race 6 in 9 minutes. Now entering the track, the starters in race 6. Introducing the field, number 1 is Kidam Image, owned by Calvin Eisner and driven by Carl Eisner. From post 2 is Paul Langell aboard Preceptor, owned by Roseanne Langell. Kurt and Bria Harper are co-owners of number 3, Stairs Above. Dale Spence picks up the drive. Andy Campbell gets the assignment behind 4, Art Sleek for David and Diane Settle. Number 5 in the field is Sonny Billion, while the Won't Back Down stable with Darren Crow in tow. Todd Trites will accompany Elm Grove Quest from post 6 for Norm Legier and Alan Jones. Number 7 has been scratched, and number 8 now from post 7 is Don't Stand in My Way, with Greg Monroe driving for Chuck O'Connor, Zachary, and Helen Landry. That's the field for race 6. Post time in 6 minutes.
It's another post parade at Truro Raceway, brought to you by Kevin Harvey Team Sales here in race number 6. We're 5 minutes away from post time, and number 1, Kidam Image, is the one I'll go to for a top call. Not many in here showing 158 plus a 29 flat final quarter on the end in their latest. So again, top call for me, Kidam Image. Anything but the rail, I likely wouldn't be putting him on top, but I like Carl Eisner with the mare, Kidam Image. The rail advantage should work well for this duo. Here's number 6. This is Elm Grove Quest, meeting some easier ones in here, plus reuniting with Todd Trites. I believe Elm Grove Quest, the filly, she's a top 2 threat all day long. 2-1, second choice in here currently. Here's the 4, Art Sleek, off a pair of wins, and now picks up catch driving ace out of Truro, Andy Campbell. We're liking his chances for a top 3 finish in this one. On form alone, he's very good. A trip in 58 last time out, though Todd Trites has opted for the 6. So Andy Campbell gets left with the 4. Art Sleek, one to think about for your triactors here at 7-2. Still some time left for wagering here on race number 6, the Exactor and Try. A favorite continues to be number 2, Preceptor. Even money right now. I've left him off my top 3 selections. Just not sure what to make of this horse. He was a gate-to-wire winner 2 back, though the mile was just 2, 1, and 4, and then finished off the board last time out, though. The did clock a mile and 57 and change, so not sure what to make of Preceptor coming back off a quick mile like that. Preceptor right now to me at 7-5, he's over bet.
stretch. Hot Rock Star, the Fascinator. Shadow of a Doubt, tight on the line.
Got a count there, big stop there from Williams. Wrap around here and scores.
Here comes Mr. Flying. Mr. Flying got up the time.
The field for race 6, moving in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Race 6, top of the stretch, Kidam Image, Preceptor of Art Sleek, Sunny Billion, Elm Grove Quest, and Don't Stand in My Way. They're off and pacing. Art Sleek will get the first call down on the inside. Kidam Image out the rail gets away second. Up on the far outside is Elm Grove Quest on the limb. Got wide a third out the rail. Preceptor is away fourth. Fifth inside. That is Stars Above. Then back to the trailing pair as they enter the backstretch for the first time. That's Sunny Billion and Don't Stand in My Way. On their way to the opening quarter, it's Kidam Image on the lead. Parked and driving outside. Art Sleek second. In the pocket, tied up. Preceptor in 3. Followed closely by Elm Grove Quest from 4. Then Stars Above is sitting out the rail in 5. Back in 6. That is Sunny Billion, and the trailer continues to be Don't Stand in My Way. Opening quarter, 28 and 4. Kidam Image playing hardball here, parking out Art Sleek as they continue off the top turn. Preceptor will enjoy the journey in the pocket third. Then out the rail in 4, and now looking to the outside as they approach the half. That's Elm Grove Quest, fifth along the rail. That is Stars Above. Then outside and moving up in 6, Don't Stand in My Way. The trailer now becomes Sunny Billion. Into the lower turn, they head to the backside for the final time. Kidam Image continues on the lead. The parking ticket belongs to Art Sleek. In the pocket, locked up Preceptor is traveling third. Outside, covered up in 4, is Elm Grove Quest. The half, 58 seconds flat as they approach 3/4. Kidam Image, the one to take down. Elm Grove Quest now going 3 high. Around parked out cover Art Sleek as they approach 3/4. It's Kidam Image on the outside. Now second Elm Grove Quest. Then racing third now is Art Sleek at the rail. Is Preceptor from 4. They pace on over to the 7/8. It's Kidam Image on the lead, a length and a half. Elm Grove Quest now second. Preceptor, a ground-saving trip, is moving along the rail in 3. Outside Art Sleek is now 4th. 3/4, 127 and 3. They turn for home, and it's Kidam Image still on the lead out there by 2.5. Kidam Image will go gate to wire here in race 6. The battle for place. Art Sleek battling back gamely up for second. And Elm Grove Quest will finish third. A mile in 157 and 4/5.
Kidam Image, Carl Eisner. I figured with that rail advantage, it would be take no prisoners time, and that's exactly what it was for the mare, Kidam Image, as she went through fractions of 28 and 4, 58, 127 and 3, stopped the timer in 157 and 4, just a tick off her lifetime best taken at Summerside last season. The winner here by 3 or 4 lengths. Art Sleek, Andy Campbell kept that one alive to go a big one, finishing second best there, parked first up forever, and in for third, number 6, Elm Grove Quest. I mentioned I didn't know what to make of number 2, Preceptor, coming off a big 57 and 2 mile last time out. Rode the pocket, couldn't do a whole lot with it, managed to finish 4th in there, but it's a 1-4-6, top 3 unofficial, and a nice price on number 1, Kidam Image, our top selection here in race number 6.
Now back in front of us, the winner of race 6, number 1, Kidam Image, 6-year-old brown daughter of Image of Dawn, owned by Calvin Eisner, trained and driven by Carl Eisner. The mile just a fifth of a second off her lifetime best. The mile 1:57 4/5. Race 6 is official. 1, Kidam Image, the winner. 2, Preceptor, 4th. 3 Stars Above, 7. 4, Art Sleek was 2nd. 5, Sunny Billion, 5th. 6, Elm Grove Quest, 3rd. 7 was scratched. 8, Don't Stand in My Way, 6th. Fractions were 28 4, 58, 127 3, and the mile in 157 4/5. Top down, your card is 147, 25, 3 scratched, 6. Triactor in race 6, 146 combination, $54.80. 1-4 exactor, $23.50. Looking ahead to the 7th race, no changes in race 7. Post time in 8 minutes. Now entering the track and parading for race 7. Here are the entries. Number 1, Vines to Heaven. By Andrea Renison, Clarissa Mahar, Ian McDonald, and Aidan Farish, with Todd Trites driving. Jean and Jean Bellevaux share ownership of number 2 Frontier Cruise. Dale Spence has the drive. Knox Pavlatos, Mark Gallant, Claire McLaughlin, Jeff Lilly are the owners of number 3. You Bet 'Em a Good One. Clara McDonald picks up the drive. Jeff Lewis owns and drives the 4-entry Emperor. Hardy Mill Joe has post 5. Andy Campbell will drive for the Hardy Mill stable, and Ken Hardy. From post 6 is Harry G, owned by Christina Gillis and driven by Ernie Laffin. Kenny Parker has the drive on 7, Dusty Lane Sebastian, owned by Cameron McCacken. And to complete the field from post 8, Tobin's Native, owned by Sonny Seitman and William Shearer and driven by Darren Crow. That's the field for the 7th. 5 minutes to post.
Into the back half of this Friday evening program at Truro Raceway, race number 7, Post Parade, brought to you by Kevin Harvey Team Sales, of course, and the inside 3, all showing 53 and 54 speed here on July 23rd, and then there's the rest of the field, not even close to showing that kind of speed in there. So, you know, it might be a good idea to box up the inside 3. My top selection here, number 1, Vines to Heaven. Finds an easier spot, plus gets that rail advantage. I mentioned to an online friend there, a friend of the show, rails are scarce. So when you get them, you have to use them to your advantage, right? And that's exactly what Carl Eisner did with Kidham Image in the 6, just missing her lifetime best. So here we got Vines to Heaven back on the rail here. Trainer George Renison, Todd Trites on board, and more than capable of handling this group in here. And I'm loving the price right now. I can really get behind Vines to Heaven on the rail here at 4-1. Here's Dale Spence on board a number 2 Frontier Cruise. I love the fact that this horse is drawing much better post this time around. I'm making him a top 2 player, and should be sitting up closer this week. He likes to grit grind away into it there out of the backfield, and you can look through the program lines. There's a lot of O's there because this horse likes to live out there on the outside. He does have a win 3 back over St. John, and not a quick time at all, but definitely going in the right direction. His last 2, he's home in 27-4 for a 56-3 mile 2 back, and as mentioned, 54-3 in his latest over Truro. That was 3 wide, coming from 6th to finish 5th, and now a much improved post. Dale Spence on board. They call him the spinner. On board to spin Frontier Cruise here at 5-2. Here's another one to think about. This is a current favorite at number 3. You Bet 'Em a Good One, a 5-year-old daughter of Image of Dawn. Out for Lily, McLaughlin, Gallant, and Pavlatos. George Renison conditioned, Claire MacDonald driven. You Bet 'Em a Good One. Definitely one to consider here for the triactor. 8-5. I've made this one my 3rd choice. It's just another mare finding a better spot, and I believe she's a must-play with these. Nearing post time here for race number 7 at Truro Raceway. We're getting close here. Final call for wagering. Race 7 at Truro. Next card of live racing. They're going to take a break now going into August. And Truro Raceway will be starting back on Friday, September 2nd, 6 p.m. Start time. And that's the way it's going to be pretty much right up through the months of September, October, November, and December. Friday evenings. There is a Monday, Thanksgiving Day, Monday holiday card at 12 noon. But beyond that, lots of Friday evening racing action following this evening, starting back on Friday, September 2nd, post time, 6 o'clock.
The field for the 7th race. Now moving in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's 7th race post time. Race number 7 of the evening. Vines to Heaven, Frontier Cruise, You Bet 'Em a Good One, Emperor, Hardy Mill Joe, Harry G, Dusty Lane Sebastian, and Tobin's Native. They're off and pacing off stride at the start was Frontier Cruise. Moving out is Vines to Heaven, and You Bet 'Em a Good One into that first turn. And up on the far outside, Tobin's Native is wide pacing third. Grabbing a seat in 4 is Emperor. 5th on the outside as they head by the opening 8th is Hardy Mill Joe, back at the rail in 6 for Harry G. Followed 7th by the gatebreaker Frontier Cruise, and sitting at the back of the field is Dusty Lane Sebastian. They make their way past the opening quarter, led by Vines to Heaven, out there by 2.5. On stablemate, You Bet 'Em a Good One, who will track along in the pocket second, followed in 3 as they race on over. Now to the 3/8 after an opening quarter of 28 seconds flat. That is Emperor in the 3 spot. Back 4th along the rail is Tobin's Native as they round the top turn. Racing into the stretch now as they approach the half. Vines to Heaven unchallenged on the lead. Still out there by 2.5. You Bet 'Em a Good One in pursuit. Second. Third is Emperor. Tobin's Native racing 4th. Back 5th is Hardy Mill Joe. 6th along the rail for Harry G. Out and moving. Here comes Dusty Lane Sebastian. Starting up uncovered from 7 and trailing his Frontier Cruise onto the backstretch. Final time, the half, 56-2. On their way to 3/4, it's Vines to Heaven by 3 lengths on You Bet 'Em a Good One as they approach 3/4. Emperor is staying with them third. Now gapping out there in 4 is Tobin's Native. Dusty Lane Sebastian working up to 5th on the outside. Past 3/4, Vines to Heaven still there by 3 on You Bet 'Em a Good One. Emperor leaves the rail in 3. And further on back to the pack, led on the outside by Dusty Lane Sebastian in 4. They have an 8th left to pace. 1:24 and 4 3/4, and Vines to Heaven looking strong on the lead. You Bet 'Em a Good One second outside. Third is Emperor. On down the lane they come. It's Vines to Heaven by 4 as they drive on down the stretch. Vines to Heaven captures the 7th race. The battle for the place spot appears to go to Emperor with You Bet 'Em a Good One third. The mile in 1:54 and 3/5.
How do you like her now? Much the best winner here. Gate to wire. Trites on board for Renison. Vines to Heaven. 1:54 and 3. She sailed through fractions of 28. 56 and 2. 1:24 and 4. And again, she completes the mile, 1:54 and 3. Her 29th career win. And that's number 11 on the season from 20 outings. On for second, Emperor. Emperor had to be like 857 to 1. An extreme long shot there for the deuce. Not sure what the odds were, but definitely a bomber in for second best in the exactor. And then to round out the top three, another George Renison trainee, and You Bet Him a Good One. Rode the pocket throughout. Oh, it appears number 3, You Bet Him a Good One, did come back and grab the deuce there against Emperor. Emperor indeed was a long shot. Not quite 857 to 1, but 95 to 1. We're close enough. 1, 3, 4, and 2. Frontier Cruise with the gate break. Huge recovery to salvage a fourth in there. So 1, 3, 4, and 2. Top 4 unofficial. Huge gate to wire victory here for the mare. Vines to Heaven. Great to see for the connections of Aidan Farish, Ian MacDonald, Clarissa Mare, and Andrea Renison. Again, George Renison training. Todd Treitz on board for the victory. A sharp winning effort, 54-3 again. Her 11th win already in 2022 from 20 starts. She's on her way back for a winner's circle photo at Truro.
Now back in victory lane, the 7th race winner, number 1, Vines to Heaven, 7-year-old mare by Rockin' Roll Heaven, by Aidan Farish, Ian MacDonald, Clarissa Bahar, and Andrea Renison, trained by George Renison, driven by Todd Treitz. Vines to Heaven were with her 11th win on the season, facing the mile tonight in 154 and 3/5. Race 7 is official. 1, Vines to Heaven, the winner. 2, Frontier Cruise, finished 4th. 3, You Bet Him a Good One, 3rd. 4, Emperor, 2nd. 5, Hardy Mill Joe, 6th. 6, Harry G, 7th. 7, Dusty Lane Sebastian, 5th. And 8, Tobin's Native, finished 8th. Fractions were 28, 56-2, 124-4. And Vines to Heaven winning in 154 and 3/5. Top down, 143, 26, 7, 5, 8. 143 try in race 7, 141.30. 1-4 exactor, 55.20. No winning tickets sold in tonight's pick 5. The carryover is $414. Up next, race 8. The 7, Johnny Walker Deluxe, scratched lame. Bridle changes on number 3, What Can You Say, closed to open with side rolls. And 4, Big Engine, open hood with cups to closed. Race 8, scratched down to 6, post time in 8. Operating is the field for race 8. Number 1 is Lively Freddy, owned by Craig White, driven by Darren Crow. Andy Campbell drives number 2 at the helm for owners Pam Moore and Blair Saunders. Pam Moore also owns number 3, What Can You Say, with Ernie Laffin at the lines. Evan Wilson owns and drives number 4, Big Engine. Dave Carey, Craig Carey, Ron Garland share ownership of 5, Lady in Paradise, with Craig Carey driving. Paul Langell for Paul Burgess with number 6, Slightly Twisted. And number 7 has been scratched. Post time for race 8 in less than 5 minutes.
Another post-parade courtesy of Kevin Harvey, team sales there for race number 8. 3 more to go at Truro, opening up as a heavy favorite, number 1, Lively Freddy. I've gone to the 4. Big Engine opens at 3-1, a second choice. He's been second best in each of his last 2 and now appears to be sitting on a win. I'm going to put him on top. I like the gate speed. He likely will be racing on or near the lead for Evan Wilson, who's the owner, trainer, driver. Send him. Big Engine here at a post 4 in race 8. Here's a look at number 1. This is, I don't think that's Lively Freddy. I think that's a horse for later on this evening, just out for a warm-up. There's the 1, Lively Freddy, the handsome chestnut we all know, 9-year-old son of Pan Pacific Flight. Great form, but he did scratch on Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. And if you're going to scratch on the biggest week of racing at Truro, there must have been an issue. So using with caution this time around, a Lively Freddy, he could win it all. But at 2-5, I can't get behind him coming off the scratch in his latest. Going to stay along the inside here with my third selection here. It's going to be the 2 at the helm, a Stern Test. This time out, right now, a value player at 7-1. For at the helm, he's been so good all season, right? It's hard not to try him for a piece of the triactor here. 3 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds from 9 outings, so 7 top 3 finishes, very consistent, and I like the inside draw for him, so likely to be sitting up close and trying to stick around late. I've got him pegged as a 3rd best finisher in here, but 2nd best would not surprise me. The win most certainly would against these. I may have mentioned 3 more to go, but it's 4 more to go here at Truro. Race 8 up and coming, getting a look at the free-legged mare, Lady in Paradise at a post 5, Craig Carey on board. This one made a rare break last time out. That's not like Lady in Paradise at all. It's smooth sailing for the free-legged daughter of Western Paradise. Worth a look for your triactor action here in race number 8, currently sitting at 7-1, and one to think about for the triactor, number 5, Lady in Paradise. We near post time for race 8 of 11 at Truro. One of the longer shots on the board is number 6, Slightly Twisted. It does show 57-2 in her latest. That could be enough to win this race. I just don't see them going quicker than 57 in here. So Slightly Twisted does show 57-2, finishing third. Though the rail advantage last time out, now she's got the outside and she's looking in. And there is some speed. 1-2 on Lively Freddy. I still can't get there. Not off a scratch in his latest. Does have 5 wins in his last 6 outings over Truro. But as mentioned, when scratching Atlantic Grand Circuit Week, there had to be a serious issue. So using with caution if you are doing so. Number 1, Lively Freddy right now heavily overbet at 1-2. Still time as the starting car moves into position.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate now moving for race 8. It's post time. Race 8 on the program has Lively Freddy at the helm. What can you say? Big Engine, Lady in Paradise, and Slightly Twisted. They're off and pacing and firing off the gate. Big Engine quickly grabs the lead as they race into that first turn. Lively Freddy will come away in the pocket, followed out by At the Helm in 3. What can you say? Grabs a seat in 4, unhurried 5th. Lady in Paradise, the early trailer, Slightly Twisted. They all have seats as they race into the backstretch on their way to the opening quarter. It's Big Engine on the lead, opening up by 2.5 on Lively Freddy. That's At the Helm. Next in line, a third, gap of some 4 lengths. Back to What Can You Say, who travels 4th. Then back to Lady in Paradise from 5, and Slightly Twisted. He's trailing in 6. Opening quarter was paced in 28 seconds flat. They continue off of the top turn with Lively Freddy maintaining that 2.5 length lead on Lively Freddy. Inside, pacing third. That is At the Helm. Further on back to What Can You Say 4th. Up on the outside from 5 comes Lady in Paradise. Slightly Twisted remains 6th. They arrive at the half, and it's Big Engine still on the engine as they race into the lower turn. Heading now to the 5/8. A little tighter second is Lively Freddy, followed in 3. By at the helm. Up on the outside, moving first over is Lady in Paradise into fourth. Dropping back, what can you say? 5 to the outside from 6, goes slightly twisted. They were past the half in a snappy 56-3. Big Engine continues that lively clip as they race past 3/4, angling out of the pocket. That's Lively Freddy. Then on the inside, staying with them is At the Helm in 3. Up on the outside into 4. Now comes Slightly Twisted. Lady in Paradise is 5th. Out of the pocket, Lively Freddy up alongside Big Engine as they race past the 7/8 and off the top turn. 3/4 in 1:26. Lively Freddy poking ahead in front as they make the final turn. Big Engine trying to fight back second. At the Helm now looks to the passing lane in 3. Outside 4th is Slightly Twisted. Onto the lane, and Lively Freddy converts the pocket journey to victory. Second is Big Engine, and third is At the Helm. The mile in 1:56 3/5.
Lively Freddy on form. He's been all right. And the scratch Atlantic Grand Circuit Week, that's what scared me away from him. But Darren Crow, his third trip to the winner's circle tonight, will be on board Lively Freddy. That is 6 wins from his last 7 outings at Truro. And he trips out tonight for his 44th career win. Tonight it's a mile in 1:56 3. Getting the best of Big Engine, who stayed for second over to At the Helm. Number 6, Slightly Twisted, closed up a lot of ground to finish 4th in there. I mentioned Slightly Twisted would be good for about a 57 mile, which is likely what she paced her mile in there. She finished 4th and was back about 2 lengths there in that 56-3 win by Lively Freddy. 1, 4, 2, and 6. Big Engine, second best again. He's sitting on a win. So you got to chase after him next time around. Number 2, At the Helm, consistent sort, and was meeting up against a tough group in there. And At the Helm, pacing his mile in 56-4, 57. So big improvement there for At the Helm as well. Trainer Pam Moore, and she co-owns with the Colonel, of course, who's likely tuned in or maybe even hanging around the backstretch of Truro this evening. Great to see At the Helm clocking up a mile there, 56 and change, or 57 in race 8. It'll be Lively Freddy coming back for another winner's circle photo. Oh, the winner's circle photos. There must be a ton of them now in the tack room for Clayton Stevens, who's gotten along fine with this Pan-Pacific flight pacer since the claim back in early June. On his way into the winner's circle at Truro.
Eighth race winner now back in victory lane. He's number 1, Lively Freddy. 9-year-old gets on a Pan-Pacific flight. Owned by Craig White of Hilden, trained by Clayton Stevens. Darren Crow on the bike. His third winner on tonight's program. Lively Freddy in 1:56 3/5. Race 8 is official. 1, Lively Freddy, the winner. 2 at the helm third. 3 What Can You Say 6 for Big Engine second. 5 Lady in Paradise fifth. 6 Slightly Twisted fourth. 7 Scratched. 28 seconds the quarter. Half 56 and 3/4 in 1:26. The mile 1:56 and 3/5. Your program should read from the top down 136.25 for Scratched. 142 Try, race 8, 35.60. 14 Exactor, 7.80. In the upcoming ninth, the driver change. 5 Lucy with Diamonds make it Henry Smallwood. Ninth race post is in 8 minutes. Now parading are the starters for the ninth race. Race 9, a conditioned event for fillies and mares. Here's the field. Number 1, Electra Express. Jeff Ellis will drive, owned by Brody Ellis. Leslie and Linda Parker share ownership of number 2, Godrow Machine, with Kenny Parker at the lines. Number 3 has been delayed in post-parade. There's the 4, Whistling Cricket, owned by Heather Gaddy, Gail Skelhorn, Margaret Hobson, and Gloria Carey. Greg Monroe will pot it. Cyril Harvey owns the 5, Lucy with Diamonds. Note the driver change to Henry Smallwood. Todd Treitz at the controls of 6, Desir d'Orléans for Don Ellis Abbott. Number 7 in the field is Ultimate Flying Nun. Kyle Mason driving for the Ultimate Stable. And from the outside post 8 is I'm a Miracle with Paul Langell up for Gary Cave. Now on parade is the 3 Glenview Quintana. She's owned by Adam Johnson and driven by Darren Crow. That's the field for race 9, post time in 4 minutes.
Three more to go at Truro, up and into race number 9. We've got fillies and mares on the pace in this one, opening up as a heavy favorite. And my top selection, I have to stick to it, Whistling Cricket. A rare break last time out, took every chance away. She's down in class, and she can bounce back here. It's Greg Monroe on board for veteran conditioner Dave Carey. Number 4, Whistling Cricket. Hoping to get a little more than 2 to 5 on her come post time. Two-minute warning, now 2 minutes. So wagering time on race number 9. Number 1, Electra Express, top 3 finisher last time out with Mark Campbell on board. She gets a rail to work with tonight, does her best when racing up close, so the rail certainly helps her chances. Beware of number 1, Electra Express in here. Right now, the price is right at 7 to 1. Maybe another one to consider here. Number 3, Glenview Quintana. Darren Crow with a big night on the go. 3 driving wins thus far. He's not done yet. He's on board. Number 3, Glenview Quintana here in race number 90. Top selection for the triactor, Melissa Keith, on board for selections this evening at Truro. She's selecting number 3, Glenview Quintana, on top here. A value player, a second choice right now at 6-1. We're getting close here. Still time for wagering as the starting car rolls into position. It's the 9th of 11. Coming right up, track announcer Joe Kelly with the call.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate now moving up for the 9th race. It's post time. Race number 9, top of the stretch, Electra Express, Godrow Machine, Glenview Quintana, Whistling Cricket, Lucy with Diamonds, Desert Orleans, Ultimate Flying Nun, and I'm a Miracle. They're off and pacing in the 9th race. At the rail, Electra Express firing away along with Lucy with Diamonds into that first turn. They head to the opening 8th and quickly grabbing the lead. That's Lucy with Diamonds. Away second, Electra Express. Up on the outside from 3. Here comes Glenview Quintana now marching up, looking to grab the lead as they race on to the opening quarter. And on to the quarter and taking over. That is Glenview Quintana giving way. Lucy with Diamonds sitting second. Electra Express now tips to the outside from 3. Back 4th inside. Godrow Machine. And next in line, that is Desert Orleans, pacing in 5. 6th at the rail, and Unhurried Whistling Cricket. And further on back to the trailing pair, Ultimate Flying Nun and I'm a Miracle. They continue off the top turn, 27-4 was the brisk opening quarter as they continue off the turn into the stretch now. Glenview Quintana will set the hot fractions as they race up past the midway point. Second at the rail is Lucy with Diamonds. Then Electra Express thinks better of it. Goes back to the rail in 3, followed 4th by Godrow Machine. 5th along the inside, that's Desert Orleans. Up on the outside, here comes Whistling Cricket now moving to the outer tier from 6th inside 7th. Ultimate Flying Nun, and continuing to trail is I'm a Miracle, the half, 57-1 on to the backstretch as they race on to the 3/4. Glenview Quintana still the boss. Second, that's Lucy with Diamonds. Now to the outside once again goes Electra Express in 3, continuing 3 wide is Whistling Cricket. They race past 3/4 out of the pocket. Lucy with Diamonds now up to take over from Glenview Quintana. Up on the far outside, Whistling Cricket gaining ground is now racing as second, dropping back Glenview Quintana third. They race past the 7/8 and off the top turn. It is Lucy with Diamonds outside, joined by Whistling Cricket, 1:28 3/4. They turn for home, and Whistling Cricket looks to take over. It's Whistling Cricket to the lead. Lucy with Diamonds second. It is Whistling Cricket in the 9th. Finishing second, Lucy with Diamonds. The show spot going to Electra Express. A mile in 1:59 and 4/5.
Whistling Cricket from well off the pace finds a good spot to get back into the win column there. She made a rare break in her latest, but behaved herself tonight, and now she's on her way to the winner's circle. There's Greg Monroe taking a peek over both shoulders, and nothing else is going to get close to Whistling Cricket. Long shot, Lucy with Diamonds for the deuce. And in for third, number 1, Electra Express, the pace setter, Glenview Quintana. She was going through quick fractions of 27 and 4, 57 and 1. She got up to 3/4 in 1:28, and the tank went empty, leaving it up for grabs. And it was from the backfield, Whistling Cricket, sailing home to victory in 1:59 and 4, her 8th career win. That's 4 on the season from 11 outings. For trainer Dave Carey, Greg Monroe on board Whistling Cricket. Lucy with Diamonds was a huge long shot in there. She rode the pocket. Henry Smallwood training and driving. Henry hopped on. Was a driver change this evening, and he hopped on and got the deuce there with a long shot. And Electra Express, she was used a few times in there, did manage to finish third. 4, 5, and 1. A heavy favorite onto an extreme long shot here in race number 9 as we see Whistling Cricket on her way back.
And now back is the 9th race winner. Number 4, Whistling Cricket. 4-year-old Bay Daughter by Immaculate out of the McCardle Dam, Lady McCardle. By Heather Gaddy, Gail Scalhorn, Margaret Hobson, and Gloria Carey. Trained by Dave Carey, driven by Greg Monroe. Whistling Cricket in 1:59 and 4/5. Ninth race is now official. Number 1, Electra Express, 3rd. 2, Godrow Machine finished 4th. 3, Glenview Quintana, 7th. 4, Whistling Cricket, 1st. 5, Lucy with Diamonds, 2nd. 6, Desert Orleans, 6th. 7, Ultimate Flying Nun, 5th. And 8, I'm a Miracle, 8. Fractions for the mile, 27 and 4, 57 and 1, 128, and the mile in 1:59 and 4/5. Rechecking top down, 347, 126, 58. 451 try in race 9, $74.10. The $1.45 exactor, $104.55. Up next, the 10th race, first half of the late daily double in race 10. Number 3, Always Be Sweet, takes off a hood with cups. We'll be adding a pelling pacifier. In the 11th race, 2 scratches in race 11. Both entries are 6 for Prada Paradise and 6 Junebug's Baby. Also in race 11, number 1, Well Let's See, did race July 27th at Inverness on a fast track. From post 3, Well Let's See was a race winner in 2 minutes 1/5 for driver Miles Heffernan. Also an equipment change on the 5 Lowbell Bruiser. It's an adjustment to the hobbles, taking up the hobbles 2 inches from 64.5 to 62.5. Post time for the upcoming 10th race is in 8 minutes. It's the first half of the late daily double. The field for the featured 10th race are now on the track and parading. Number 1 is Woodmere Ideal Art. Kyle Mason driving for the Ultimate Stable. From post 2 is Don't Ask Logan. Ryder Matthews Runnison gets the drive for Andrea Runnison, Ian McDonald, and Basil Sherry. Kevin Harvey, Rudge Racing and Hardy Mills Stable are the owners of number 3, Always Be Sweet, with Darren Crow on the bike. Clark McDonald gets the drive behind number 4, Rise and Horizon, for the Won't Back Down stable. From post 5 is Privilege, owned by Aidan Farish and the All for Fun stable. Todd Treitz aboard. Paul Angel will drive from post 6, Well Did, for the Well Did Horse Owners Club. Number 7 is Good Friday 3, owned by Debbie Ellis. The drive tonight to Dale Spence. And number 8 in the field is Thunder Alley, owned by Orly Beaumont, driven by Andy Campbell. That's the field for the 10th. They'll go behind the gate in 5 minutes.
Race number 10, top class pacing event on the night. The Race 10 Post Parade, brought to you by Kevin Harvey Team Sales. Top selection for myself, for the Triactor, for the Morning Line Man, and many others. Number 3, Always Be Sweet, opens up here at 2 to 5 for owners Kevin Harvey, Rudge Racing, and Hardy Mills Stable. Anthony Stymus conditioned. Darren Crow gets the call to drive. He's familiar with this horse. Drove him to a pair of wins in Truro back in early June. He's been over around Summerside for the Governor's Plate, Elims, and the Bob Dewar Consolation. Things didn't work out for the 3. Always Be Sweet over on Prince Edward Island. No luck against the Maritime's best in Summerside, but we're going to expect a little more here, as he will be getting some class relief. Always Be Sweet right now at 1-2. I'm thinking try them at even money. Even money for Always Be Sweet. Always Be Sweet. We're going to try for here in race number 10. Getting some pretty good value on my number 2 selection here, and that is number 1, Woodmere Ideal Art. I've got pegged for second best of 155 trips over at Summerside, plus the rail. And this one, make him for B a top 2 thread. Kyle Mason, a rare trip to Truro for young Kyle Mason this evening, and he's been getting along fine this evening. He's been in the hunt in all of his races and will be in the hunt, I would imagine, with this rail starter. Woodmere Ideal Heart. Woodmere Ideal Art goes out for trainer Sifroy Melanson for the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. One to consider here at a long shot price of 22-1. He scored down nicely. So look at number 2, Don't Ask Logan, rider Matthews Renison on board for trainer George Renison. Don't Ask Logan gets an inside post to work with here. That could be just what he needs to find himself competing for a spot in the Triactor. Have a young lady celebrating a birthday this evening in Truro. Ellie Driscoll celebrating her 5th birthday. And now she's celebrating on track with the Well Did Horse Owners Club group, who will be starting number 6. Well Did in this 10th race top class event, the Ellie Driscoll, again, celebrating her 5th birthday. So from all your family and friends on track this evening, Ellie, happy 5th birthday. And I'm told Ellie is the niece of trainer driver Paul Langell, looking after number 6, Well Did. So from, again, all your family and friends around Truro Raceway this evening, happy birthday, Ellie Driscoll, and happy to have you with us celebrating on track tonight. Another one to consider, maybe number 4, Horizon, Claire McDonald, catch driving here for the Won't Back Down Stable Group of North River, Nova Scotia. Trainer Gardner McCollum, bang up second in 1:53.2. Race time 53.2. And as late as Horizon, very consistent since his arrival at Truro, and likely a pleasant surprise for the Won't Back Down Stable Group. Horizon figures in this 10th race. There is still time.
It's 10th race pole time. The field is moving up behind the home hardware building center starting gate. Featured 10th race, top of the stretch, has Woodmere Ideal Art. Don't Ask Logan, Always Be Sweet, Rise and Horizon, Privilege, Well Did, Good Friday 3, and Thunder Alley. They're off and pacing away quickly. Don't Ask Logan at the rail, Woodmere Ideal Art. Always Be Sweet on the outside is wide a third. Crossing over, looking to grab a seat at the rail in 4. That is a Privilege outside and leaving from 5 into that first turn. Good Friday 3. Don't Ask Logan has gone off stride as they race into the backstretch on their way to the opening quarter. It's Woodmere Ideal Art on the lead. Not content with the pocket. Driving right on past is Always Be Sweet. Intent on taking over, and he does as they race on over to the 3/8. Always Be Sweet now the leader. Opening to a length and a half at the rail. Woodmere Ideal Art is second. And finding room on the inside third was Good Friday 3. Next in line, Privilege looks at it from 4. Back fifth on the inside is Rise and Horizon. Followed by Well Did in 6. Pacing 7th as they continue off the top turn is Thunder Alley in the breaker. Don't Ask Logan sits at the back. 27-3 was the opening quarter. They arrive at the half with Always Be Sweet in control. Woodmere Ideal Art under a firm rein sits the pocket second. At the rail, Good Friday 3 next in line third. The first to sacrifice to the outside fourth. There goes Privilege to start the outer flow. Followed on the outside by Rise and Horizon from 5 into the backstretch. Final time, half 56, 2/5 seconds on their way to 3/4. Woodmere Ideal Art out of the pocket and drives up to engage the leader, Always Be Sweet. Woodmere Ideal Art has taken over. Battling back at the rail is Always Be Sweet second. Up on the outside, Privilege is now the third one. Inside a fourth and dropping back. That's Good Friday 3. They head to the 7/8. Outside, Woodmere Ideal Art. Off stride at the rail there went Always Be Sweet as they continue past the 7/8 and off the top turn. They're led into the stretch by Woodmere Ideal Art. Privilege outside in pursuit second. The inquiry sign has been lit. On through the stretch they come. It's Woodmere Ideal Art. Privilege outside. Closing in is Rise and Horizon. Woodmere Ideal Art will prevail. Turning back, Privilege and Rise and Horizon. Inquiry underway here in the 10th race. Hold on to all pari-mutuel tickets. The mile, 155 flat.
So as track announcer Joe Kelly mentioned, a judge's inquiry, and that lit up on that final turn. Action got tight between the front two, Woodmere Ideal Art and Always Be Sweet going around that final turn. So the judge's inquiry, they will be looking at that final turn action. Woodmere Ideal Art, the unofficial winner, appeared to hold over 5 Privilege and the 4 Rise and Horizon. The clock got stopped in 155 flat, but judges are going to be taking a close look here. Hold all tickets till the result becomes official.
Judges' inquiry here in the 10th race, looking at the break made by 3. Always Be Sweet in the last turn. An objection has also been lodged here in the 10th race by the driver of 3 Always Be Sweet against the driver of 1 Woodmere Ideal Art. Inquiry and objection in the 10th. We do have a placing here in the 10th race. The judges have determined that one Woodmere Ideal Art did in fact cause interference to number 3 Always Be Sweet, approaching the 7/8. Woodmere Ideal Art finished first, will be placed 8th for that interference. Now back in victory lane is the 10th race winner on a placing, number 5 Privilege. 6-year-old brown gelded son of Sunshine Beach, owned by Aidan Farish of Summerside and the All for Fun stable of Truro. He's trained by George Renison and driven by Todd Trites. Privilege in 155 flat. Here is the official result of the 10th race. Number 1, Woodmere Ideal Art, finished first, placed 8th for causing interference to 3, Always Be Sweet. 2, Don't Ask Logan, 7th, placed 6th. 3, Always Be Sweet, finished 8th, placed 7th. 4, Rise on Horizon, 3rd, placed 2nd. 5, Privilege, 2nd, placed 1st. 6, Well Did was 4th, placed 3rd. 7, Good Friday, 3, 6, placed 5th. And the 8, Thunder Alley, finished 5th and placed 4th. Fractions in the mile were 27 and 3, 56 and 2, 124 and 4 in the mile, and 155 flat. Your cards after the placings from the top should read 867 21354. The 546 try in race 10, $289.60. The $1.54 exactor, $120.55. Up next, the 11th and final. Number 1, Well at Sea, has a line posted. Fast Track at Inverness, July 27th. Post 3 was a race winner. 2 minutes, 1/5 for Miles Heffernan. The 4, Pride of Paradise, scratched sick. Also scratched sick is number 6, Junebug's Baby. Number 5, Lobel Bruiser, is adjusting the hobbles, taking them up 2 inches from 64.5 to 62.5. The 11th and final, scratched down to a field of 5 with post time in approximately 12 minutes. Entering the track, the field for the 11th and final. From post 1 in race 11 is Well at Sea, owned by Trish Hardy. Todd Treitz has the drive. From post 2, the rest of the story has Ernie Laughlin driving for Michelle Patrickin. Number 3, Jack Flash is a gas, will be late on post parade. He's still in the paddock with a thrown shoe. He's owned by Cyril Harvey and driven tonight by Henry Smallwood. 4 is scratched. There's the 5, Lobel Bruiser. Dale Spence will drive for Kerry and Lois Saunders. Number 6 has been scratched. And to complete the field, number 7, Reggie's Game. Toby McDonald driving for Donna Wilson. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Alrighty, top selection for me in here. It is the 1. Well, let's see. Todd Treitz looking for another victory on this evening's card. Opens at even money. Well, let's see. Just another live play. And this one just missed in his latest. I think he's winner's circle bound in here. Well, let's see. To go downtown in Truro. And, of course, Universum Media Inc., Atlantic Canada's harness racing provider for tracks all over the Maritimes, Northside Downs, Inverness Raceway, Truro Raceway, the Red Shores tracks of Prince Edward Island in Summerside and Charlottetown, Truro Raceway, of course, and the tracks of Horse Racing New Brunswick. Second choice in this one, number 5, Lobel Bruiser. Lobel Bruiser has misbehaved in each of his last 2, but on his best behavior, he's a player. Dale Spence on board here at 7-5, a second choice with 5, Lobel Bruiser, but he's got to mind his manners. Outside chance this evening for 7, Reggie's Game. Reggie's Game. Thought he would have been a little bit better last time out, but just couldn't keep up. Of course, he needed the clean line. Did show a break, a rare break in the start prior to that. So now with a clean line, maybe he gets a little more interested in finishing in the top 3 here. We're talking about 7, Reggie's Game. Right now, 3-1. I was expecting more along the lines of 10-1 for this outside player. There's the 3. Jack Flash is a gas. Veteran teamster Henry Smallwood trains and drives here for Cyril Harvey. Jack Flash is a gas. Longest shot on the board, could find his way into the triactor. Nearing post time here for the finale, race 11 of 11. Up next and taking late action here, number 5, Lobel Bruiser has just dropped to 1-9, so somebody's getting in late. On number 5, Lobel Bruiser, as mentioned, he just has to mind his manners to be a serious factor in here, leaving a decent price of 2-1. On my top selection, number 1, well, let's see. Reduced field of 5, the starting car on its way to get into position here for race number 11, the finale. And as mentioned, Truro takes a short break now coming up for the month of August. The next live card will be early September. It'll be lots of Friday evening action through the months of September, October, November, and December. And so for me, with Truro taking a break, I'll take a short break as well. We'll still be doing some picks for Inverness Raceway and the likes, and likely see some of you near the end of Old Home Week in Charlottetown. We'll look forward to that. We'll also look forward to the Atlantic Regional Driving Championship held tomorrow evening at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Best of luck to all racing and playing and competing in that Drivers' Championship. Good luck to all. Joe Kelly will give you the call for race number 11. He will sign you off from Truro Raceway this evening. Thanks so much for joining us.
Field for the 11th race. Moving in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. The 11th and final, top of the stretch. Well, let's see. The rest of the story. Jack Flash is a gas, Lobel Bruiser, and Reggie's Game. They are off and pacing in the finale on the inside. Well, let's see. Away looking for the lead. Away second, the rest of the story. Up on the outside, third, that's Jack Flash is a gas. Crossing over into 4 is Lobel Bruiser, and fifth and at the back, that's Reggie's Game. Into the backstretch for the first time as they race to the opening quarter. They're led by, well, let's see, out there by a length and a half. Pocketing up is the rest of the story second. Taking a seat, Jack Flash is a gas from 3. Racing wide there in 4, that's Lobel Bruiser. And the gap to trailer is Reggie's Game. They continue single file as they race on over to the 3/8. Well, let's see. Is dictating the terms here in the finale. Out there by 2 now. With the rest of the story in pursuit second. Jack Flash is a gas. Looks at it from 3. Still back there at the rail in 4 is Lobel Bruiser. And further on, back trailing is Reggie's Game 5th. The quarter was paced in 28 seconds flat. They travel on through the stretch as they near the half. Well, let's see. Is the boss. Leads the way into the lower turn with the rest of the story holding second, third out the rail. Jack Flash is a gas. Starting up now, here comes Lobel Bruiser on the outside from 4. And well back fifth is Reggie's Game. The half paced in 58 seconds flat. They enter the backstretch now for the final time. Led to the 3/4 by, well, let's see. With the rest of the story in the 2 spot. Third out the rail. Jack Flash is a gas. Lobel Bruiser. Yet to make up any ground back there in 4. And well back Reggie's Game. They arrive at 3/4. Still no change in positions as they head to the upper turn. They're still led by, well, let's see. The rest of the story is still second. Still third. Jack Flash the gas. Lobel Bruiser outside is still there in 4. As they race off the turn, 1:27.2 was the 3/4. They turn for home. Well, let's see. Now angling out of the pocket is the rest of the story on through the stretch. It's, well, let's see. The rest of the story inside Jack Flash. Late move from Lobel Bruiser, but nobody's catching. Well, let's see. Closing Lobel Bruiser for second, third. He's the rest of the story. A mile in 1:57 2/5. Now back in victory lane, the 11th race winner, number 1, Well at Sea, 9-year-old gelding by Well Said. Now by Trish Hardy, trained by Todd Hardy. Todd Trites, third win of the program. Well at Sea, 157 2/5. Race 11 is official. 1 Well at Sea was the winner. 2 the rest of the story third. 3 Jack Flashes a Gas fourth. 4 was scratched. 5 Low Bell Bruiser second. 6 June Bugs Baby scratched. 7 Rages Game fifth. Fractions were 28, 58, 127 and 2 in the mile and 157 and 2. Top down 1, 3, 4 scratched, 2 scratched, 5 on the bottom. The 1-5-2 try in race 11, 24.90. 1-5 exactor, 10.20. Late double, 5-1 combination, $36.30. That concludes the racing action here this evening at Truro Raceway. We thank you for your attendance. And just a reminder that Truro Raceway goes dark for the month of August. Our next live card will be Friday, September 2nd. The post time is 6 p.m. We'll see you in September.